2025, and welcome all members and welcome everybody in the gallery this evening and welcome everyone who's watching via the live stream. We're glad everybody's with us. Just before we get into the agenda, we have had some concern expressed about some online comments that have been made in the lead up to this meeting. And so I just wanted to say, as we begin tonight's meeting, I would like to take a moment to remind all attendees that the town of Saugeen Shores is committed to the prevention of workplace violence, discrimination, and harassment, and recognizes its responsibility to maintain a safe and healthy working environment in accordance with the town's workplace violence and harassment and discrimination policy. We know there are individuals who will want to share their views and opinions on matters that are on the agenda during the open forum tonight, and respectful dialogue on the agenda items is encouraged and appreciated by council. That said, I do want to take this moment to remind everybody in attendance that the town's procedural bylaw makes all meeting participants responsible for conducting themselves with decorum, treating all members, municipal administration, and any public present with respect and courtesy. Individuals shall refrain from using indecent or insulting language, resorting to name calling, personal attacks, or condemning the motives of others. So I ask everyone in attendance to help ensure that this is a safe environment for everybody to express themselves and their views, no matter what those views may be. And so I want to thank you all for attending this evening and for helping to contribute to a safe and harassment-free municipal environment. Thank you. So the second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and the Deputy Mayor has that.
Thank you. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. I'll just mention that the artwork on the wall behind the gallery is part of the Friendship Accord that Council recently signed, the Mayor recently signed with the Chief, Chief Conrad Ritchie, and the Friendship Accord is on the wall. So I hope all of you, before you leave, will just take a moment and have a read through the content of the Friendship Accord, and the artwork is beautiful too. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Thank you very much. So now we're on to item 4, additions, deletions, and amendments. And there is one recommendation there that council move item 12, the close to public session, to immediately follow item 9.1, which is, immediately before item 9.1, which is report of municipal officers and committees. Is there a mover and seconder for that resolution? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Halpin. All in favor? That's carried. Opposed, if any? That's carried. Okay. So now we're on to item 5, which is adoption of the minutes. And that's the regular council minutes of, Councillor Stack? Sorry, Councillor Stack.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure. Is there any option to have the open forum before we go into closed?
Yeah, we will. Sorry, that's what we just did.
Okay, sorry, I thought that was
it's to follow
to adoption and like before the, sorry.
No, you're right to point it out. We've moved it to just before 9.1. So the open forum will occur first. Okay. All right. So item 5, we're on to item 5 now, which is the regular council minutes of February 10, 2025. And there's a resolution that council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting of February 10, 2025 as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Dubinsky and the Vice Deputy Mayor. Questions or comments to that set of minutes? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Oh, my apologies. Is there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? I skipped over that. Seeing none, of course, you can declare one anytime you need to. Apologies for my sniffling. My nose is running here. Sorry. Thanks. We have tissue everywhere. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Okay. So we're on then to our open forum then. And we do have 5 requests in front of me for the open forum. So I'll just remind anybody who's speaking in the open forum that council has allotted 3 minutes for each open forum presentation and 15 minutes total for the open forum. So I'd ask 5 is the max you can handle in that number, in that total timeline. So I'd ask everybody to do your best to hold as closely to that 3-minute timeline as you can. All right, so we'll bring up our first open forum speaker, which is Ms. Laura Robinson, and she's here to speak to us about 9.1, the amending agreement for 2706913 Ontario Incorporated. Ms. Robinson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm addressing the tripartite contract the CAO has recommended the town sign, which would amend and extend its contract with 2706913 Ontario Inc. Here's what we know. The February 11th, 2025 letter from the developer reveals no tenant for the smaller building. We are told that the tenant, quote, is expected to be a Dairy Queen, no contract or even the name of a franchise owner. The December 5th, 2024 letter from Libro Credit Union, which would be the third party of the tripartite contract, states, quote, financing projects such as this are intensively complex and incredibly lengthy. It is not possible to provide a time frame for approval. The Take Water permit expired in 2023. Nothing can proceed until a reapplication is filed. The SCVA's expert on dynamic beaches reported that the dynamic beach extends to the road. This fact has been ignored by the town. No tenant, no financier, no take water permit, no recognition of how fundamental a dynamic beach is to the ecosystem. But even if all of this was secured, the town must act professionally and with due diligence in volatile times. We know that tariffs on both sides of the border will be implemented. After reading the volatility analysis by the Canadian Construction Association, law firms specializing in cross-border construction and tariffs, and insurance experts that do the same, this statement from a contractor most accurately sums it up. Builders in Ontario and regions more dependent on U.S. imports would be especially vulnerable to increased costs. Businesses could face disruptions to supply chains, leading to delays in construction and renovation projects. Any disruption will reverberate through both economies, slowing construction, raising prices, and further straining affordability. Both countries will need to carefully consider the long-term consequences of escalating tariffs on the construction industry and broad economic sectors. Why has it been recommended to take out the force majeure clause? There is no possible business or legal argument for the town not to ensure that it is without liability should tariffs cripple this development. Here's what the law firm Thompson Hine says in part about force majeure in their construction update. Government imposition of tariffs should be explicitly included in the clause's list of force majeure events if the parties wish to shift market price risk associated with the future imposition of tariffs. To effectively allocate the risk, the clause should make it clear and a specific allocation of risk as an excuse for non-performance. And then using the term time is of the essence ignores advice from experts. We need to, again, quote, carefully consider the long-term consequences of escalating tariffs on the construction industry and broader economic sectors. The proponent concludes in his February 11th, 2025 letter, who doesn't want to have soft serve ice cream dip on the beach? Are we really going to enter a tripartite agreement that could put the town at financial risk just so we can have soft ice cream from a franchise that we don't know even exists yet? Act with absolute objectivism and due diligence to protect us from liability, to ensure that the debt of a third party or a half-finished project is not our responsibility, and protect Port Elgin's public beach. Note that the CAO's recommendations have been reviewed by Municipal Legal Counsel, but it doesn't say recommended. Legal counsel needs
So we
to
have
study.
passed over 3 minutes.
Okay.
So if you'd wrap up, Ms. Robinson, please.
I've got one sentence, just. Legal counsel needs to study the volatility that will occur over the next 4 years, advise no lease extension and no tripartite agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so now we'll move on. Let's just, no applause, please. We'll move on then to our next speaker, which is Patricia Frank, and she's also here to speak to us about 9.1, the amending agreement for 2706913 Ontario Incorporated. Ms. Frank.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. In my brief 3 minutes, I wish to share 3 critical reasons why council should not approve any extensions to the building permits for this development, nor acknowledge Libro Credit Union as the leasehold mortgagee. The lease between the town and the lessee is dated December 9th, 2019. That is 5 years, 2 months, and 15 days ago. Let me repeat that, 5 years, 2 months, and 15 days ago. In his letter of February 11th, the lessee stated that he was trying to confirm financing. This is too little and too late. The first phase of this project is supposed to be completed in 5 weeks' time. The letter from Libro Credit Union is nothing more than a letter of interest. The Libro market specialist makes it clear that, quote, financing projects such as this are intensely complex and incredibly lengthy. He cautions that the project, quote, will have to pass through underwriting process, and that is not possible it is not possible to provide a time frame for approval. It is possible and even likely that Libro, after due diligence, will decline any participation at all in this project. We just don't know. And in the meantime, the lessee admits he does not have the financing in place to complete this project. This fact alone should be all you need to deny any extensions. How can this council have any confidence that after all this time, secure financing will be obtained? Secondly, in his letter of February 11th, the lessee states that they are actively under construction and that activity begun on the site, quote, demonstrates our confidence in achieving the financial requirement to complete the project. The public was told that construction was going to begin on January 3rd. This consisted of some fencing being set up and an excavator parked at the site at the end of December. It took until February 10th that before the snow was partially cleared and truckloads of dynamic beach sand were removed. That's it. I'm sorry, but I suggest to you that this was merely a ruse to try and convince this council that construction was underway. And thirdly, the lessee was issued the required permit to take water on November 8th, 2022, with an expiry date of December 31st, 2023. So the permit expired 15 months ago. Applicants were advised to submit renewals for permits at least 3 months prior to the expiry date. And as of today, no renewal has been posted on the site. Mr. Mayor, you have told me on many occasions that, quote, the CCV project will only proceed once all necessary regulatory approvals are in place. I hope you will honor your word. In summary, I strongly feel that all construction activity should immediately stop and not one more shovel of sand taken. The site is cleared. Let someone else have a chance to bring something special to our waterfront. Vote no to amending the lease and site work servicing agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. So, of order, please. Next, we'll hear then from Mr. Steve Rowland, and he's also here to speak to us about 9.1, the amending agreement for 2706-913 Ontario Incorporated. Mr. Rowland, sir.
I don't know if that topic is actually right. I'm arguing why the town should not support items on page 19 of the agenda. There's if councilors will go to page 19 on the agenda, they'll see the list there of items. So my name's Steve Rowland. I'm a resident and significantly impacted by this development. I'm going to use the term WDS, which stands for the Waterfront Development Site, to simplify what I'm talking about. So I'm supporting that the town councilors should not support items on page 19 of the agenda as requested by the proponent. So here's the chain of events. December 9th, the council meeting had a closed door meeting, talk about the WDS, the Waterfront Development Site. And on December 18th, miraculously, an excavator showed up on the WDS, but not near the actual excavation zone, but instead strategically placed on a high visible area only a few meters from the harbor street. It can't be missed by anybody. Everybody can see this. Was this a message? Was it work actually starting? Who knows? It sat there for 2 months doing nothing. It was very strange to me. I investigated and I really couldn't find the reason for this action. The agenda for tonight, this council meeting finally explained to me the reason why the excavator sat there for 2 months doing nothing. Page 16 of the agenda, Libro Credit Union notified the town as a potential provider of the mortgage for the project. This was dated December 5th, 2024. Due diligence is in progress and other conditions and dispositions by Libro, but what are they really? So then we go to page 19, which is what I'm talking about. Page 19 of the agenda has a strange list of 4 items that may be related to the Libro review conditions and actually solve the mystery of the excavator stunt, and I want to disposition each one of those things. The request from the developer implies he wants the town to validate and agree and support each one of these statements. Please don't do that. The listed developer wants the town to say are true. I'm going to go through each one of them. There's only 4 of them. And I'm going to try and go in order. I'm going to actually skip over 2 and go and do that one last. The developer is actively under construction. The development is actually under construction. Well, possibly a highly visible excavator at the WDS site, poised and ready to go. Good answer to this statement could be yes, but not really. I'm going to skip item 2 and go to number 3. Developer has continued to make substantial investments. Even an idle excavator costs money, so this cost may be interpreted as continued investment on the site. A possible yes to this statement, but not really. And item 4, the project will be excellent addition to the waterfront. I would say there's a minimum of 3,000 people in this community. Some here tonight would also say no to this statement, and it's a big no to me that this project will be an excellent addition to the waterfront. Now let's go back to the big red flag. Item number 2, and it's a big one. The last 5 years of delays are no fault of the developer. That's absolutely incorrect. The CEO of any company should never deflect responsibilities and blame on others. This is a sign of weakness, inexperience, poor judgment, and lack of accountability. Truly, leaders learn, adjust, take responsibility. This is a sad statement by the developer, and it's casting aspersions on the town and the town staff. He's basically saying it's your fault. Whoops, sorry. That is not true. Now, how would I make this?
We have
project-
passed over 3 minutes, Mr. Rowland. If you could wrap up, please, sir.
Now, how would I make this project move along better? I would have submitted all planning and zoning documents to the Bruce County Planning for a cold body review, as any large project should have been. Impact studies should have been performed. Traffic studies should have been done in the area, and use our wonderful transportation master plan. It would have really helped a lot. Engage the community, truly listen and disposition the general public concerns. And close to my heart, neighborhood engagement, the area that around the development. Try to communicate and embrace the concerns as they are different than the total community. This area will be significantly audited and impacted continuously. Get their support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
But in
Order,
closing,
please. I
democracy is under attack. This is unrelated. So I close with this.
All right.
I love Canada. I love Ontario. I support the Saugeen Shores, and I support a free and open public waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now we're moving on then to our 4th open forum presentation, and that's from Ms. Lynn Tady. And she's here to speak to us on that same item, 9.1, the amending agreement with 2706913 Ontario Incorporated. Ms. Tady, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here to say that there's no one that wants anything to fail, except my husband. He says he won't come to this meeting because he does not want to see this go forward. I don't know, there may be other people. We are all members of the community of Saugeen Shores. We all respect the fact that it takes time and effort away from your families to be involved as a council. We also know that this is difficult times. We know that the timing of this happening over the last 5 years, or more than 5 years, has been difficult for the community. We are very hopeful that there's some realization that all the marks haven't been met along the way. I agree with Stephen Rowland, his comment about the fact to put blame on other things other than meeting deadlines is really irresponsible of a person who's trying to build a large waterfront development. We are over 3,000 strong of individuals who have actually joined up as a group to say we're not okay with this. It's not about the fact that we don't want it. It's that it's going to take up it's going to take up too much space for the community, the small beach that we do have. I think that there's times that we could look at this, that when you're given a request for an extension, that opens up a lease. And it's very important for staff to realize that that's an opportunity for other options. other options like give them an extension for phase 1 and cancel phase 2. We need that space. The last 4 years has shown how much that space has been used and how well that space has been used and how many more are using the beach with that access to that area. It's something to realize that they are having a difficult time. The people that are trying to build this, they're having a difficult time where they would actually met the criteria all along. They would have met the financing. They would have met all the water taking things that had to be redone. They didn't. This is speaking loudly to the reason why you should not allow an extension of time. And that may be what they're actually asking for, because then they can gracefully bow out and blame the town, because that's the kind of thing that's happening originally, even in the letter, blame someone else for the problem. The problem is it's not okay what's been going on, and it needs to stop. And voting no to the CAO's report and not accepting it would be the move that needs to take action, the action needs to be taken. And there needs to be some opening up of the bylaw that disallows involvement of the community to come forward and make presentations, to bring forward, to restrict that you can't have a delegation when the matter is on the agenda. Who does that? Like, that is really, really disturbing. I had no idea that that was even part of that 10-minute request. I knew there was 5 days you had to apply ahead of time.
So we have passed over 3 minutes, Ms. Tatey, if you would
Okay.
wrap up, please.
To wrap up, you're all putting in your time here above and away from your families, and it's appreciated. It never, ever is about the respect for that. This has been a concern that I think that you now do realize is a large concern. Give the developer the bow out that he wants and deny extension of time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have passed over the 15 minutes, but I will exercise my discretion unless there's objection from council. We'll hear this last one that we have here from Joe Chisholm, but I'd ask if when Ms. Chisholm comes over, if she could stick to the 3 minutes. I'd really appreciate that. So Ms. Chisholm, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Joe Chisholm, and I just want to remind council that their role is to protect the public interest. I worked for a developer, and I have to say that a site plan agreement is required. A site works and service agreement is not a legal document. It's used by contractors. It's for the infrastructure, locating utilities. It's my understanding that a building permit only comes when a site plan agreement is approved by council. There are checklists in the site plan agreement that ensures some of the stuff that hasn't been done gets done before council approves it. It's, you have to get funding, a bank, a letter of credit. You have to have insurance in place. There's so much more I could tell you. I have sent an email to council members. I've given them an example, and I think it's a wonderful example from the town of Cambridge. It is very thorough. And what I hear tonight is the concern from the public that there could be a liability risk. And I agree, because if you don't have a letter of credit with a bank, you could be on the hook if a developer walks from their project. And I have to thank council for taking the time to read my email about a site plan agreement. And I really feel that you should, as other people recommended, not make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us to the end of the open forum. And so now we're going to move, so council has moved its closed session up to this point in the agenda. I'm just going to flip to that page. So it's recommended the council move into a closed public session to discuss matters relative to potential litigation and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege relative to the amending agreement with 2706913 Ontario Incorporated and a position plan, criteria, or instruction to be applied to negotiations with Habitat for Humanity and Wilson Developments for a memorandum of understanding. So the resolution is the council move into a closed public session in accordance with Municipal Act 2001, Section 2392, E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Is there a mover or seconder? The deputy mayor and the vice deputy mayor, all in favor? And opposed? No, see any opposed? So that's carried. All right, council will now move into a closed public session.
You see what I found today?
Your latest email.
He said it's 785 square feet. What do you think? You're amazing. Well, I didn't happen to go. I went and got her. I got the old one from 2022. And I started looking at the numbers. This is the bidding in that one when we've already got one.
Yes, because that's here. 786. I guess I could ask. He'll probably know.
His water bottle had leaked.
Mhm.
It was actually water from the roof.
Oh,
down
yeah,
the wall and coming out, and within 20 minutes, the whole classroom had flooded.
yeah.
So we had to roll up like all of the carpets, put everything on elevator, like it was so.
Excuse me. Oh.
We can hear him. Yep.
Okay, so I have a resolution that council rise from the closed public session and resume the regular council meeting as a mover and seconder. Councillor Stack and Councillor Halpin, all in favor? That's carried. Okay. So I'll report that during the closed public session, council approved closed public minutes, discussed matters relative to litigation, receiving advice subject to solicitor-client privilege from the town solicitor regarding 2706913 Ontario Incorporated, listed as the CCV legal report on the agenda. Council also discussed a plan or instruction to be applied to negotiations relative to a memorandum of understanding with Habitat for Humanity, Grey Bruce, and Wilson Developments. Further to that, a recommendation came from the closed public session on the memorandum of understanding, and I'll read that now. It's recommended and resolved that council adopt bylaw 23-2025, a bylaw to authorize entering a memorandum of understanding with Habitat for Humanity, Grey Bruce, and Wilson Developments in respect of an affordable housing project on concession 10. This bylaw and corresponding memorandum of understanding will be added to the bylaw section of this agenda and the meeting minutes. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Halpin, second by the Deputy Mayor. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Halpin.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor, and through you. This is just such a good news story, and I just want to say that I know the Vice Deputy Mayor has worked hard on this and advocated for this for a long time. I've joined and worked with him. I know that everyone on this council sitting around this table is concerned about affordable housing. I believe that I've always believed that the solution to affordable housing would be a made in Saugeen Shores solution, and that's what we've come up with here. And affordability is a multifaceted problem, and it needs to be addressed in several ways. We need to increase housing stock. We need different types of housing stock. And we are going to need more of these public, nonprofit, and private partnerships to meet those goals. I think this is a great step. I honestly believe that Saugeen Shores can build 100 units in the next 4 years. We have the ability to do that. And I'm just really thankful for all the work that staff has done on this. And this is just good news. So I'm very happy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
No, just echo Councillor Halpin's comments, Mr. Mayor, and just want to thank Jay Posner and Mark and all the staff for bringing us forward. And there's good things happening from an affordable housing standpoint in the very near future. So hopefully we'll have some more good news to share in a month or two or three.
Yeah, and just for the sake of the public, there will be some communication coming out of the council meeting after this to explain the details of the agreement that we are entering into with Habitat for Humanity. So should this resolution pass, and give you a sense of what is going to be a really exciting project for our community, I think. But for the time being, there is a resolution. It's been moved and seconded. I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we are on to item 9.1, the amending agreement for 2706913 Ontario Incorporated, and we'll turn that to the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the microphone and the introduction. I just want to make sure through clerks that the members that were joining us from the consultants team are available online for this item on the agenda as well. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, and members of the public. Tonight on the agenda is an overview of the request for council's consideration regarding the Cedar Crescent Village development. Specifically, the proponent is seeking acknowledgement of Libro Credit Union as the leasehold mortgagee for this project, as well as approval of the proposed amending agreement, which would extend the timelines for completion. To provide some background to this report, in a letter dated February 11th, 2025, Pierre Danini outlined the rationale behind the extension request, proposed changes to the lease and site works and servicing agreement, and attached an updated development schedule. A consolidated milestone development schedule was prepared by staff and attached based on the submitted Gantt charts so that it was easier for review by the public. Regarding the project's financing, the town received correspondence from Libro Credit Union on December 5th and on February 19th, confirming their engagement as the commercial lender for this project. Should the necessary conditions be met, it is anticipated that a tripartite agreement may be brought forward for council's consideration at a future date. As stipulated in section 11.3A of the land lease, no leasehold mortgagee is allowed unless the commercial lender is approved by the town. Therefore, one of tonight's recommendation is the acknowledgement of Libro Credit Union as the leasehold mortgagee for this project. 2706913 Ontario Inc. is also requesting an amendment to extend the timelines for substantial completion on the project. Building permits were issued on March 29th, 2023, for the north building, and on August 2nd, 2023 for the south building. The proposed extension dates are February 2nd, 2026 and May 18th, 2026, respectively, with a total completion set for September 14th, 2026. This total completion date recognizes any lien periods as per the Construction Act. The main points proposed in the amending agreement include now recognizing that the development will progress in 2 stages, a north building or north area, and a south building or south area as delineated on a new Schedule E, extending the 2-year deadlines for the building permits by approximately 10 months, confirming that total completion date of September 14th, 2026, and identifying the legal description now that all title matters have been addressed by the town, facilitating the registration of the notice of lease, which occurred on January 24th, 2025. Additionally, the proponent is seeking council's acknowledgement that tariffs imposed by the United States and Canada be identified as a force majeure event in the delay of construction. However, it is recommended by staff that this provision, which is section 4A, be struck from the amending agreement before it is signed. In conclusion, it is recommended that council consider the request for extension made by 2706913 Ontario Inc. and if approved, adopt a bylaw to authorize an amending agreement excluding Section 4A to amend the land lease and site works and servicing agreement. At this point in time, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Danini and members of his team to put forward this request specifically to council and answer any questions. Thank you.
How about now? There we go. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I think you will agree with me that it's long overdue. Commitment. It's a word I'm going to be using a lot tonight, and I just want you to bear with me as I get a little repetitive, but it's a pretty important word. I'd like to start off by apologizing to the community and council and staff for how long this has taken. We realize that the silent majority has been looking forward to this for years. It's easy to get excited about something so obviously great for our community, but as with most things, the devil is in the details. Please know that I have been working to advance this tirelessly and have tried to control everything that was possible in this process. I am grateful that council is considering this extension, and I'm sure that you know that the community is very supportive of this transformative project. I recognize that this has not been easy for staff and council. I'm thankful for the professionalism and dedication everybody involved has displayed. We are lucky to live somewhere that has such a high standard of leadership and staff. Because something is difficult, though, doesn't mean it shouldn't be done. Missteps have been made, lessons have been learned. Throughout it all, there has been no doubt that our groups and my personal commitment to this community. I want to remind council that this process, the mantra was and has always been one of revitalization of our waterfront. We are not reinventing the wheel. We are not restoring our waterfront to the way it was. I apologize. We are restoring our waterfront to the way it was with some up-to-date features. The Casino of Days Gone By was a gathering place for everybody. The Sunset Lodge had accommodations and a dining room that attracted boaters. The Cedar Crescent Village will be that type of place again for current and future generations. At the beginning of this process, we applied for a 99-year lease. We agreed upon and settled for 50 years eventually. The lesson here was that financial institutions, there is a material, the lesson here was that for financial institutions, there is a material difference between 99 and 50 years. With that hindsight, we learned that 99 years would have been much easier. This meant that once identified as an issue, we had to seek financial partners with a different sort of vision. A protracted process with the SVCA cost us at least a year and maybe a year and a half. Along with that delay, the project had to be reimagined at a cost of nearly $600,000 out of our pocket, with more time to redesign. A global pandemic is not an ideal situation in which to operate, yet we faced with that disruption and the effects are still felt. As you know by now, we found the visionary partner in Libro Credit Union. Briefly about Libro. They are in the top 20 of credit unions in Canada as measured by assets. They are a B certified corporation, which means they have high measure of how their operations business model impacts their workers, community, environment, and customers. Simply put, they are a responsible, ethical organization. They have many branches in small town Ontario, very similar to our community. They understand places like Saugeen Shores. They have over 110,000 owners. Responsible investing options initiative is something they do, and they have over $12 billion in their portfolio. They have committed to this project and have delivered us further details since we spoke, and we know that they are committed to our community. I want to touch briefly on commitment. Those that know me understand how committed I am to our community. The revitalization of a parking lot on our waterfront will receive the same level of commitment I put in everything I do. This is not a side project. This is a dramatic lifestyle change for myself, my family, my partners, and shareholders, and our employees. We will be investing $4 million of our own money, and our lender will be injecting a further $10 million. This illustrates in very stark terms, the level of commitment to Saugeen Shores. I leave you with an anecdote you are familiar with, but some in the public may not remember. The cake wheel, crown and anchor, were staples on our waterfront for years. My adult daughters remember fondly going down to the waterfront and putting down a quarter to get a cake. These were important fundraisers for minor hockey, minor baseball, Rotary, and many other groups in our community. It all came to a stop, unfortunately, when a single individual decided their self-interest was more important than our greater community's interests. The parking lot we have been leasing for a few years belongs to everybody in our community, not those just lucky enough to live near it. Its use should benefit the greatest number of Saugeen Shores citizens as possible. It will be a gathering place for all of us, not just some of us. Generations will build memories there to pass down, and it will become part of the fabric of our town. Soon, the cake wheel, markets, and yes, maybe even the train will again be there for all of us to enjoy. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of your presentation. All right, so there is a resolution and I will read it and then we can have discussion if there's mover and seconder. The resolution is the council approve Libro Credit Union as leasehold mortgagee for the Cedar Crescent Village development as per section 11.3A of the land lease, and that council consider bylaw 22, 2025 for adoption, a bylaw to authorize an amending agreement without section 4A with 2706913 Ontario Incorporated, CCV, to amend the land lease and site works and servicing agreement. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Mayette, seconded. Councillor Duhaime. Okay, questions or comments from members? Are there questions or comments? The Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I'm not entirely sure how you want us to proceed, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, I think some of us have questions that are staff-related questions. Some have questions that maybe are proponent-related. I actually have a list of 15 here, which I'm not intending to ask them all at once because I would like to give others a chance to comment. But I guess since Mr. Donini is at the microphone,
why don't we do it that way, Deputy Mayor? If there's questions for Mr. Donini, since he's there, we can ask those questions and then perhaps we could double back if members have questions for staff.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a question from staff about having the folks who are here consulting or Mr. Donini's team to turn their cameras on so folks can see them if members of council are going to be asking them questions. Okay, there they come. All right, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. I have concerns about, just the work that seems to have been started recently seems very odd to me, given, that if you were going to start something, you could have started a few months earlier instead of doing something in the middle of the winter. However, having said that, I did want to ask, I'll ask 3 questions about what's going on there right now, and maybe pick one off one of my other pages and then let others go ahead and come back if my other questions aren't answered. You've started some work, and that was obvious because some soil has been removed. Ahead of the building permit being issued, it was a requirement to have a Ministry of the Environment permit to take water. It's no secret that permit that was granted to you was expired on December the 31st, 2023. As far as we are aware, there is no valid permit in place right now. When did you apply for a renewal and why not earlier? And if in fact you needed one to start work, why would you have started to dig when the permit to take water was very specifically related to moving soil? I'll just ask all three because they're kind of all related to soil, and then give you a chance to respond. I don't know exactly how many truckloads of soil have been removed from the site. I did take a look today at the 2021 report that I believe you had commissioned and received, and it did have a great deal of information in it about the soil that was in that site and the movement of that soil. And it does say very specifically on page 12 in that report that it would be highly unlikely that any soil removed could be reused because it would have to be treated a certain way because of the density of it and that sort of thing. So I guess I have a question. Now that you've removed soil, I'm concerned that it's been dealt with properly with the monitoring and the disposal that is implied in your own report that has to take place. But then I'm curious to know what kind of fill would come back. So that question is related to soil too, since the actions that have been taken there are specific to soil at the moment. That same 2021 report says that groundwater levels and wet to saturated soils conditions are expected to make excavation difficult, and that caving, and I'm probably going to mispronounce this word, caving and sloughing, SLOUGHING, of the walls is probably going to happen. So I'm concerned that digging has happened in very close proximity to a public road. There doesn't appear to me to be any visible signs of any kind of support structures or mitigation or anything there that would be important to have, given your own report says that there needed to be some very specific things put in place prior to excavation because of the nature of the soils there and the wet to saturated soil. Granted, of course, it's frozen right now, but the wet to saturated soils requiring special considerations because of the potential, the high potential for the walls to capsize as you're digging. So those three questions have to do with the work that's happened right now. The permit, what's the situation with the permit, and about the soil that's been removed, and about mitigation that reflects your own report that says that there needed to be something that took into account the kinds of soil there and what it meant for excavation. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Denny, you can take that or turn it over to anybody who you'd like on your team.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll turn it over to Steve Cobain. He is eminently more qualified to answer these questions than I am.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, you can hear me okay?
We hear you just fine.
Okay. So in regards to the permit to take water, the permit to take water is required when we will begin the site servicing of the site, which has not begun yet. As has been alluded to, that the original permit that we applied for, which was issued on November 8th, 2022, has since expired. December 2023, I believe, is the expiry date. And that original permit was a Category 3 permit. It allowed us to take up to 990,000 liters of water per day, which is a lot. And after that permit expired, we did go back and talk to the hydrogeologist on the site or on the project about the considerations of applying for a permit that we call it an EASER permit. So that's a permit to take water that can be applied through the Environmental Activity and Sector Registry, and allows us to take up to 400,000 liters a day. And we're currently evaluating the feasibility of applying for that permit. The benefits of applying for that permit are normally issued for construction dewatering, which is similar to what we are proposing to do. And we are currently looking at staging the site servicing to allow us to take upwards up to the maximum 400,000 liters a day under that permit. That permit is applied for online through the Environmental Activity and Sector Registry. It's a little different than the Category 3 permit that we applied for last time, whereas that permit is posted on the Environmental Bill of Rights for 30 days for public comment, and the permit that we're hoping to apply for does not have that requirement. We can apply for that almost on the same day and get the permit to take the water approved almost the same day or the next day, subject to a hydrogeology report being completed, which again, we are currently amending the original hydrogeology report to support applying for that type of permit to take water. So again, that will allow us to take up to 400,000 liters a day, and we will still we are proposing through our hydrogeologist to still have the same water quality testing and monitoring that the ministry originally approved through the original Category 3 permit to take water, as well as flow meter readings and all that, just to make sure that we do not go above the 400,000 liter a day limit. And that's very important to make sure that we adhere to that permit.
You guys, do you have answers to the deputy mayor's other questions about soil? There's one about soil being removed and fill, and one about cavitation or of the soil around the site, and responses to those questions.
Can I just, it's a little hard to hear, so.
Sorry, am I?
If I'm coming from here, if they could speak a little bit louder.
Yeah, if you guys
Thank you.
would mind online, just speaking up just a little bit. Sure,
Yes.
carry on with those answers if you have them, Stephen.
Okay, in regards to the soil that's been moved off site, I've talked to the site servicing contractor. To date, only topsoil has been removed off site. The site itself is deficient of soil to the final grade of all the buildings will be elevated above what is the existing elevation right now. So what the contractor is currently doing is removing the topsoil from where the mini putt area of the site was located, and I believe he's not quite done yet, but the topsoil that's moved off site is strictly topsoil at this point. If there is any, again, since the site is deficient of fill, there won't be any sand removed from the site because we need all the material on site that we can get. If there's any poor soils in the vicinity of the footings for the proposed buildings, that will be excavated, but that will be reused on site. So for now, there's no sand leaving the site. It's a strictly topsoil right now. And in regards to, I believe there was a question about the swelling of the walls of the excavation of the services, and that's detailed in the soils report completed by CMT Engineering. So that report gives recommendations how to safely enter those trenches when you have of sloughing type soils, and that's all partly related to the dewatering of the ground in order to make the servicing trenches safe, so that those sides don't cave in. Normally, in this type of situation, you would also have trench boxes for servicing, and that's what our site servicing contractor will be using to allow his workers, the laborers, to enter into the servicing trenches safely. So in combination with the dewatering and the trench boxes, that will make the servicing trenches safe for working.
Okay, the deputy mayor, follow up.
It's my fourth question. I know you've presented to us a development schedule, a construction schedule, a schedule of sorts, and it is being requested that we extend some dates. That's what the amending agreement or amending the agreement is all about. I would like you to just publicly let us know why. It's been 5 years, and granted, you mentioned COVID, you mentioned a couple of things in there, but it's been 2 years less a month since the building permit was issued for the North project, which it's been described as a Dairy Queen, which I would presume that there's some stock plans associated with a franchise operation. But it's been 2 years less a month since that building permit was issued. Why has activity only really started on the site 6 weeks ago? Your report or your letter to us indicates that you're considering delays from other sources. What caused your delay here? Because it's 2 years less a month and you just started 6 weeks ago.
Well, I don't, at the risk of repeating myself, 5 years, although it seems like a long time, if you deduct a year and a half for the SVCA situation, let's generously call it. And
The SBC situation, if I could just, my sense about that is that the line simply moved a little bit. It wasn't a major disruption to the site. It was a shifting back of a line, which then enabled them to not be part of the process. So you had a design there. The design could have been shifted. I guess, maybe there's a little bit of architectural stuff to do there, but what was the big deal with shifting things around? It was the line simply moved back, not very far either. So explain that a little bit to me. How does that cause such big concern?
Mr. Devaney has the floor.
I think that's a bit of an oversimplification of what happened. You simply cannot design something for a parcel of land, say you can't do it there, pick it up, move it back 60 feet and say, carry on. That the original design was specifically designed to face the waterfront at the boardwalk's edge. It didn't work anywhere else. So $600,000 later, another 6 months of design work, we had to start again. So that delay was very real and very expensive, I can assure you. And I didn't want to spend 600 grand. If I didn't have to, I can guarantee you I wouldn't have. So that explains that delay. The effect of COVID for those of us in business was simply that it slowed everything down for a variety of reasons that I guess in hindsight you go, well, really? But that's the reality of what happened. When we discovered that 50 years was not considered by mainstream lenders as good enough, we had to redo our financial plans and seek a partner that could understand the vision. I don't want to overstate how unique Libro is in their vision from the top all the way down to their staff working on this project, in that we needed to find a partner that understood the value of this project, the value of the project to the community, but also the challenges faced in the short term, i.e. building it, getting it up to speed, and then operations will take care of itself. So our delay was simply put that we had a lot of financial contacts between my shareholder group. We collectively had a lot of lending partners, potentials, but upon discovery, once we were in earnest in negotiations, simply put, lenders for something on leased land of this magnitude they are not a dime a dozen, and that caused a considerable delay.
All right, so I have Councillor Halpin next, and then the Vice Deputy Mayor after that.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Earlier today, you said that Well, my question is there a tenant, like, is that gonna be a Dairy Queen? Because they said a building that could be a Dairy Queen. Do you have a tenant for that building, the north building?
We are the owners of a Dairy Queen franchise, yes,
Okay, so then it will be a Dairy Queen.
correct.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mayor. So, but you still don't have financing nailed down, is that correct?
We received a discussion paper, which in the financial world is the step to condition paper discussion paper with conditions, very normal procedure that outlines the bones of the loan, mundane things, not too mundane, like interest rate amounts, et cetera. Conditions to be met, usually related to security. And then that leads to a commitment document from the bank. It is the way these go, and it's not a loan, but it's the inevitable step to a loan. How about that?
Councillor Halpin?
And through you, Mayor. But what happens if you're in this discussion with them? What happens if you don't get that financing? What if Libro in the end says no?
Well,
Mr. Denny?
I'll say, I'll modify one thing you said. The fact that they generate a discussion paper says it's not just a discussion. The discussion paper, I know that has the word discussion in it. I hear what you're saying. Is a legal document that indicates their serious interest. They would not have ever put that in writing if it wasn't at that point. So we are way beyond a discussion. We are now basically negotiating normal details of any loan agreement. In fact, it's a discussion, as they say, it's a discussion paper with conditions, which we will meet, and then it'll lead to the financial commitment.
And a last follow-up, what would be the problem with waiting till you have financing before you start working?
Mr. Denny?
Well, I think I don't want to ask more of this council and this community than we have already. And the work we are doing now, frankly, would be easily reversible if there was a problem. There will not be, but we haven't put up half walls yet or poured partial footings or anything of that nature. So it's all necessary work that has to be done regardless. So I would suggest it's a low risk proposition to start for both us and the community.
And the very last,
Councillor
and this will be my last one for now. And do you have a time frame? Has Libro given you a time frame as to when this would be completed?
The financing piece?
Yes.
It's hard to, there's a lot of pieces, moving parts in this. So I'm reticent to say a date. My expectations, it would just be expectations on my part. We'd measure it in a low number of months to weeks rather than 6 months. We're talking, I'm not talking October or August. I'm something that might probably be defined as early spring.
Okay, thank you. And my concern is building without secured financing is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we're here to talk about approving Legal Credit Union and as the leasehold mortgagee, and I know we're here to consider bylaw to authorize the amending agreement, but while the owners are here, I just think it's important. If it's okay, Mr. Mayor, the public have asked a fair number of questions. I'd like to pose a few of those questions to the opponents, if I may, so that members of the public have these answers. Pierre, one of the questions was asked of me is early investors have pulled out. Is that true? Yes or no?
We have, I'm just trying to think, Mike. We have one original shareholder that left the group for personal reasons. I think it was 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. Other than that, the group is exactly as started.
They've all remained intact, except for the
Absolutely.
one.
Yeah.
You've answered the question about soil contamination, the Dairy Queen. It's not corporate. You own the franchise. You'll be operating it.
Correct.
It will be a Dairy Queen. Some people still write to me stating that they don't want a convention center. Are you building a 350 seat banquet hall with a convention center?
I've heard the convention center term used. I'm frankly, I don't know what it means. We are building a modern version of the Cedar Crescent Casino, Mike, from days gone by.
Mhm.
It will be a multi-purpose building, usable for anything our community can imagine to use it in. Will there be 300 seat events? I sure hope so. Both private, public, and otherwise.
Right. The permit to take water, I heard the response to that. One of the conditions of the agreement was flood and windstorm. And these are questions again, Pierre, that have been asked to me by members of the public. Has flood and windstorm insurance been applied for and approved, or when does the insurance take effect?
We are insured. We have insurance, and our
And-
contractors have insurance.
And that's flood and windstorm insurance?
I asked for a comprehensive package and was delivered one from our broker, so yes.
That's what the agreement calls for. It just, it's a question
Yes,
that was
yes.
asked to me. The increase in square footage, maybe this is a staff question. Today I got an email saying that from one of the members of the public, that the square footage was increased by 785 square feet from the original plans. Is that correct?
The CAO will answer that, the CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the email was received after 4 p.m. today. So with a quick review, what I will offer is that Schedule B, and I apologize, it's fuzzy, Schedule B of the Site Works and Servicing Agreement that was approved in 2023 did identify that a reference plan would need to be deposited with the Land Registry Office. What that means is that the site would get surveyed, a registered plan would get developed, and then deposited with their land registry.
Right.
What you're seeing in the difference in the numbers that that have been provided are what I would say was ground truthing from a sketch to on the ground when the survey was complete.
Okay.
That answers the questions with regards to the project lands. With regards to the square footage of the buildings, I can't honestly answer how those numbers were calculated in the email you received today from a sketch. What I will offer is that the building permits as issued have not changed since they were issued, and therefore I don't anticipate the square footage would have changed.
Thank you. A resident, I believe it was Joe Chisholm, I believe, wrote and stated that the site services agreement is not a legal agreement. Is that correct? What does that mean? What does that mean? It's not a legal agreement.
The CAO will answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Site Works and Servicing Agreement is a legal agreement.
But that answers my question. So okay, thank you for that. Pierre, back to you. Early in the day, the planning, alcohol was to be served, I believe, to 11 p.m. I think I remember that, but I'm not 100% certain. And an email I received today or the last few days says that alcohol will be served to 2 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct?
I sure hope not. Our plan is to, short of special events, which still will probably be concluded at midnight, it will not be a late night venue.
You're thinking 12
Late night defined as 2 a.m.
You're thinking majority of the your closing times, aside from the special events, which could go later in the morning, but a high percentage of the usage will be till 12 midnight. Is that correct?
Before it, yes.
Okay. Your kids' play porch area, what kind of play will be included and how do your current plans differ from your original plans, Pierre?
I'm sorry, Mike, could you repeat that question? I
Oh,
missed
yeah, the kids
the first
play,
part of it.
the kids play, the porch area, if I read it correctly. What kind of play will be included with that feature of your development? And how do your current plans differ from your original plans?
The space we have allocated to that, we envision it's actually growing because we're getting a lot of requests from the community for kids camps throughout the summer, at Christmas, on March break. And these kids camps would be not just glorified babysitting, pardon for that, but science camps, arts camps, natural resources camps, and that area would serve as the hub to gather, to split up into classes and then go off and do their activities.
Pierre, does that differ much from your original plan?
No, that's pretty consistent. It's always been one of our goals.
A question of staff, and I don't know when this takes effect. I know you're paying rent on the lease for the property. So is that one and the same as I don't think it's the same as property taxes. When do property taxes come into effect?
CAO?
Through you, with Mr. Mayor, without that question ahead of time, I don't have an answer prepared, but I can respond to council on that.
I just wonder if property taxes are being paid now or not to Kara, that's all. If you could respond to council, I'd appreciate that.
Yep, she will do that.
And Pierre, I had, similar question about Libro, and we're all concerned. I mean, I am. What if that Libro financing doesn't happen? That is a concern of mine. You're giving me a little bit more reassurance tonight. That it's sounding very positive. And I guess I was looking for something that sounds a little more positive yet more again.
If I may, Mike,
So that was my last point. I just.
Yep. So we'll to Mr. Denini, then you have the floor, Mr. Denini.
We have to view building before a finalized financial document as a show of confidence, not as a show of weakness. We did not do this on our own. We didn't wake up one morning and decide to throw caution to the wind. We consulted all our partners, we consulted all our consultants, and we consulted Libro, because there's nothing a lender hates more than anything than a potential lender jumping the gun on a project before anything has finalized. The lenders absolutely hate that. And actually it can jeopardize projects. So we consulted with everybody before we started because we were being cautious, not the opposite.
Okay. Thanks for, I know there's a lot of questions there, but I felt it was fair to ask those questions that have been posed to many members of council. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have Councillor Davinsky next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, to Pierre, I want to talk about financing as well. You received a letter December 5th last year from Libro Credit Union, which stated, "I'm writing this letter to provide assurance that Libro Credit Union has been exclusively engaged by First Equity Financial Group, Inc. as the lender of choice for the above noted project." Okay. However, the second paragraph states, although they're excited to be selected, they have said they would be remiss. They didn't share that financing projects like this are intensely complex and incredibly lengthy. This project has to go through an underwriting process involving various parties, both internal and external, to Libro. This is true for any financial institution. Due to this process, it is not possible to provide a time frame for approval. So my question, I think, is what one of my colleagues said. Do you have a deal with Libro Credit Union or not? Yes or no?
Mr. Denini.
Thanks, John. The discussion paper says we have a deal with conditions. It's the details of the deal, the financing are in the discussion paper. And there are conditions like any sort of loan, even a household mortgage would have conditions before closing, before the money is exchanged between lawyers. And this is not dissimilar as it's been explained to me. So the answer is yes, we do have a deal and we are finalizing conditions.
Thank you, sir. And having said that, what do you see as the future date for that to take place? Because as far as we're moving along, but you don't really have a financial deal yet. And that concerns me.
I understand. Again, at the risk of repeating myself, a discussion paper is a necessary step, no matter who would be financing it. So we're there. We're going to work on the details with them in the coming months. I would probably get myself into serious trouble with the lender if I try to commit to a date today. So I won't. I'm going to say that it's going to get done as fast as humanly possible. Both parties are interested in that. And if they went to the trouble of producing a discussion paper, I can assure you they are ready to, their sleeves are rolled up waiting to finish this deal.
And you keep saying discussion paper. I assume that's the letter from December 5th?
No, this discussion paper came to us last week and is the proof that we have a financing with them. It's the step to financing.
And has that been released publicly yet, or to at least to council in some shape or form? Okay, so we do have that. All right.
The CAO wants to speak to it. Oh, it's not, sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. My report tonight makes reference to a February 19th correspondence, which is from Libro Credit Union. It is confidential, but council has received the discussion paper.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave that as is for now. Again, as the Vice Deputy Mayor had done, I've received the same questions as everybody else has through emails. Let me throw out a couple of things and then hear your comments. This project should have never been near completion, and the proponent just keeps stringing everyone along and council gives and gives. Either it should have been built or now is the time to bring this design to a halt. The idea of this build could be accepted by a far greater group if the project is reconsidered and the size and scope is downsized. What's your answer to that?
What possible reason, short of insane conspiracy theories, would I have to delay this purposely? It defies logic. I've devoted over 5 years of my life to this. My family and employees and friends can attest to it. I would have to be certifiable to not want this done as fast as possible, is my response to that. It sounds by the end of the comment at that question that the writer has more issue with the project, not the doing of the project, because we believe in the project, but it's just too big nonsense is just a smokescreen. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, it wasn't a question. I was just looking for a comment. And one other one, Mr. Mayor, if I may. This is another one that's come in. What responsible builder would apply for a building permit without having everything in place to start the build? What responsible builder would start the construction 2 months before the expiration of the building permit in deplorable weather conditions?
The responsible builder is our builder, who has forgotten more about building than I'm sure the writer of your comment knows. The fact is, again, I don't want to repeat myself, but building prior to having finalized financing is a positive. It's a sign of confidence, not the opposite. And again, I have talked about the reasons why this has been delayed and the reason why we are asking for this extension. I don't think I'm going to repeat myself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pierre. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there further questions or comments from members to Deputy Mayor?
Sorry.
Thank you. Since your last point there was about your request that's before us, I'm confused with the language in the amending agreement, so perhaps you can help clarify. My understanding is that there's two phases, the north phase and the south phase, and the request is to extend something to February the 2nd, 2026, which relates to the north building, the south building, May the 18th, 2026. And then there's this other date put in there, which is this total completion of the project, which is September the 14th, 2026. When I read the amending agreement that we're being asked to consider, it suggests to me that these dates are not really what's applicable, that it's simply on or before the total completion date that something has to happen. And even then, there's a language in here which enables an additional 30 days to both occupancy requirements and to total completion. Can you just tell me what you really expect to happen with the project in terms of dates? Because are we really looking at an amending agreement that you're asking us to just enable September the 14th, 2026 to be the date? Are the other dates meaningful? Because my read of the amending agreement sort of says that in the end, it's simply on or before the total completion date. That's the date, which is the September date. So can you just explain to me how it all strings together and, why there's these other two earlier dates and why there's language that suggests it's really the September date that's the meaningful one? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CAO.
Go ahead. Yep. Sorry.
Through you, Mayor, I can answer part of it, but I do think the member's question was specifically for Mr. Danini to speak to what he really expects with the dates. The dates in the amending agreement were prepared to recognize, I don't use the word phase, I use stage because there were two building permits that were applied for. And so what we wanted to do was recognize, and we requested, and the town requested for the dates related to those two buildings. So that's how we ended up with the February 2nd and the May 18th, 2026 dates. As noted in my report, the total completion date of September 14th, 2026 recognizes a date beyond that in order to respond to the Construction Act and any potential liens on the development. So those three dates are now very clear to everyone moving forward. But I will turn it over to Mr. Danini to ask the question to respond to the member's question.
Yep. Effectively, couldn't have said it better myself. The September date is a legal definition regarding liens, et cetera. As far as when will people be able to enjoy their waterfront, it's the May date, the February date, and then the May date. And we will ensure that the February date will allow safe passage on the section that is complete. It will conform to everything the chief building official asks us to, and then the finality will be in the May date. We'll have a grand opening, something around Canada Day, and then the legality of the September date is as explained.
Thank you. And I wasn't sitting as a member of council when the RFP went out and the response was considered and all of that. So I don't know if this ever happened, but given all of the changes and all the things that have happened with COVID and, you know, having to move your structure and different changes and things. And the vice deputy mayor mentioned a number of items that are no longer within the project scope. I don't know if you ever had to present or presented, even if you didn't have to, a business case proposal or something to council. I'm curious as to whether or not it would be possible for this council to receive a business case proposal that shows the vision that exists now, because I would guess that 5 years ago, given everything that's happened with the way the project is looking now, as opposed to the way it looked when it first was perceived as a possibility, the business case that existed then isn't particularly valid now. So I don't know if that's a question maybe for you, Mr. Mayor, because you would have been on council. Did you receive a business plan for the project? And if you did, is it within our reasonable expectation to have that updated now, given, you know, where we're at with a fast food franchise as part of the mix and a different kind of structuring of amenities and that sort of thing?
Yeah, council didn't request a business plan per se at that time. The idea was that that the developer would front all the money and would be responsible for the thing. That's what the lease says. So the success of it really is the financial interest of the proponent. But I don't know, the question could really go to Mr. Denini about whether today a business case could be made available to council. I can't answer that, but perhaps he can.
I'm going to suggest I would be advised not to publish a business plan, but I will say that the business case for the Cedar Crescent Village is stronger today than it was 5 years ago. We didn't have a Dairy Queen franchise 5 years ago. We do now. So as just one example, but the case is very much stronger financially for this project than it was 5 years ago. It was, and that tells you it was great 5 years ago. So it's that much better now.
Deputy Mayor.
This is perhaps a question for staff. You know, Mr. Donini mentioned 4 million and $10 million from his side of the equation. I'm curious, and I apologize, I didn't ask the question in advance, so I guess I'm not expecting a definitive dollar figure, but the public cost so far, is it true that the town took care of all of the initial site clearing preparation and has been basically maintaining the property with grass cutting? Is that an expense that the public has incurred? And then beyond that, in the near future, should the extension or the amendment pass through, what would be the expectation for public expense going forward, more immediately than long-term, in terms of what it's going to cost taxpayers?
The CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, unfortunately, I'm not able to answer those questions tonight. The site clearing and the reports that would have went to council to approve that work were before my time here at the town of Saugeen Shores. And I'd have to do a detailed review in order to answer what our maintenance expenses would be going forward.
I can't speak to the current maintenance, but I can say that the municipality did prepare the site. So the removal of the station, I was considered reasonable at the time that we would deliver the site in a development ready state. So the municipality did do that, but I would also say the municipality, the taxpayer has so far generated a net profit on this arrangement to the tune of whatever our lease payment is every year, but it's a significant amount of money and more than we ever raised in a year prior to this lease. So the taxpayer is certainly in the black on this and increasingly so every year the lease goes by. Are there further questions? Councillor Stack.
Thank you. So I'll start with just a quick comment. I think in addressing a lot of the folks in the room. So I know, you know, I just had the fortune, good fortune, bad fortune of not being here in during last council when this issue was raised, but I've heard the tenor from both sides of this, so I just want to remind folks that like some of the commentary that we're hearing, just like to take the temperature down, because ultimately there's a decision that's going to be made, whether it's today or in 6 months. And we're all going to still live in the community. So just as we continue on these questions and, as the Facebook groups will surely kind of continue after this, I just want to remind people that we are trying to have a fruitful discussion. And while we may not agree on everything, I think it's just important to remember that there's sort of practical discussions we're having. And if our positions don't align, then it doesn't necessarily mean that we're, acting untoward or acting unethically. We may just disagree on where we're going forward. So I predicate my comments with that, just because I know there's going to be some strong feedback from both sides at the end of the day today. So I think we've talked a lot about over the last several months, and I've seen the comments, and there's been on and off discussions about business case. I'm just going to ask something a bit different, which may help folks kind of see where we're at. And so recognizing, Perry, you're not going to be able to tell us everything, but my limited understanding of how franchise assessments work is it's not simply that if you sort of put the money forward, a franchise will give you the money. So can I make whatever you're prepared to share, presumably to get a Dairy Queen franchise, much like a Tim Hortons, much like any other, there's quite a detailed assessment that goes into the viability of that franchise. So is it safe to say that Dairy Queen was more than adequately satisfied with the business case in order to put their name on it? Because once you put a franchise name, even if it's individually owned by the franchisee, there's certainly a reputational issue that arises if it's not economically viable 3 or 5 years down the road.
Mr. Giannini.
Dairy Queen is a very valuable franchise. It has a brand name that is probably unique in North America in that they cover treats, food, and really importantly for our community, cakes. So it's, you're absolutely right. They are very selective of who they grant franchises to. And to further illustrate your point, they're a large company owned by Warren Buffett in America. They are very much growth oriented, and they've been waiting for a franchise to open in Port Elgin since 2021. And so the fact that they are still interested in our site, still hanging in with us, is a testament to how much they believe the business case for a Dairy Queen on our waterfront. I remember the first day they came to inspect the site, and it was an extremely short conversation. It happened to be on a July day, but actually it was June, maybe, I can't remember. But the point being, it didn't take much for him to look around, know our community, and say, all right, when are we doing this? So if that answers the question.
And if my understanding of Dairy Queens are correct, is it a franchise requirement to maintain all seasons
Yes.
service now? Okay, so I think that's been something that's been floating around.
No,
Like,
that's
it's
correct.
not.
Yep. We will be open year round there.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's just to reiterate, that's a franchise requirement. That's not a,
Correct.
yeah. Okay. And then I just wanted to go back to some of the commentary you had around, so I'll use some of the numbers you threw out. So you had said, so at a minimum, we know you've spent 600K on the initial design, and that was before sort of the SVCA issues arose, and you subsequently had to move it back.
That was on the, if I may, that was
Sure.
on the redesign.
On the redesign, sorry,
Correct.
okay.
We
So
had
there
already
was,
spent for something.
Let's
and
not
then
have too much back and forth here. We'll give you the floor, okay? Counselor Stack has the floor. She's asking.
okay,
a
so
question.
Take
we'll,
notes so I don't forget.
from what, I'll just reiterate back. So it looks like let's sort of ballpark it at around $1 million to design the building. And then presumably, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, while you await the financing, there's upfront capital that the investing group, the shareholders will have to put in. So there is cash being put on the table to begin and continue construction while we wait, or while you await financing. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. We've been paying, as an example, we've been making lease payments since this lease was signed, and that was directly from our capital.
And if, is it fair to say that you're also going to be putting dollars on the table to begin the construction? So the construction efforts you've undertaken to date,
Our dollars will be the first dollars that hit the ground after, and Libra will come in after our dollars.
Okay. So then I think just before I go into my next question, so I think I raise that issue only because I know, as we've heard from today, there's a lot of concern around the table around financing. And I think we can all, I think we do need to make some distinctions between how you finance a home renovation versus how you finance a business dealing. And I think typically I'll take a home renovation example. If you're doing a home equity line of credit, the cash is actually, there is some cash on the table in advance. You've made the payments. So this is not unusual what we're seeing. And I just wanted to flag to the community that I think I understand the concerns, but it's not as though there's no money on the table. There are risks associated, I'm not, obviously, when you enter into an agreement with an incorporated entity, there are protections that come for the incorporated entity shareholders, right? But I think we can take some comfort. I'm not saying it's the comfort some folks are going to want, but just from an economics brass tacks perspective, it's not as though I think it's a safe assumption to say you're not taking this on a risk-free basis. You're putting real dollars on the table. And I just wanted to emphasize that so that people understand when we're making that decision, we do appreciate that, yes, the financing hasn't been secured, but when we're making whatever decision we may make, I think it's fair to recognize that there has been money invested. So I'm going to assume, for the purposes of this, sort of my assessment of where we're at from a risk perspective, that everyone that owns a share in that incorporated entity is very much incentivized to make this work and to make it profitable. Because even if you have protections as a shareholder, there's still money that's going to be lost. So we do have to, my position, not the position of council, but my position is, as we look at this, there has to be some recognition that there is a risk that's being undertaken. Yes, there's a degree of sheltering, as there is in any incorporated structure, but in order to get to where you're going to be able to secure the financing, there is money being put on the table. So my next question will be, are the majority of the shareholders resident in Saugeen Shores?
Mr. Danini.
We have two classes of shareholders, the multiple voting shares that control the corporation, and 80% of the equity are all residents of Saugeen Shores. We have minority shareholders, and there is 9 of them, and 2 of them are non-residents.
Okay, so I think that's, again, important for the community to recognize that the majority of the shareholders here will live, work, benefit from the community, use the beach. I see folks here that, I think volleyball is a big part of the beach, and I think that some of the folks in the audience certainly use those beaches. And so, my expectation will be that there's a desire here to protect the benefits for the public, for the beach, right? So the intention and my express request will be, if we move forward, that in any plans you do, there continues to be a recognition that the beach is really important to people, and that while the interest in the business is important, we have to make sure that anything that is built and anything that is planned and organized has to recognize the value that the beach brings to the community, separate and distinct from any business opportunity that may exist. And I think that's just important to flag as well. I think that is the end of my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Are there further questions from members at this time? Deputy Mayor?
At some point, are you going to enable us to make comments?
Yeah, no, there's no restriction on what you can say in this setting. So comments or questions at any time are acceptable.
Well, if no one else has questions. Just as a comment concerning my position about this, I did have respect when I came back on council with the decisions that were made the term before. Wasn't part of them, but our code of conduct suggests that we're expected to adhere to them and give them the due respect that they deserve. And I believe that I did that. What I've been struggling with, though, as time has passed along, is how long do we have to wait to have the confidence to say that this is a viable partnership? And I go back to many years ago. I was a member of council who sat as a member of the waterfront committee. That out of that committee came the waterfront master plan that was approved by council. That actually was the incentive to go out with an RFP to do this private public partnership. And the intention was for something kind of cool and in an area of the Port Elgin Main Beach that would be something that we would have a civic pride about it. It would be a viable entity and it would provide something there. It was recommendation number 20, and it was a desire for a 3 or 4 season use building, public access bathrooms for year round, and an investment worthy of, and I'm quoting from the recommendation, investment worthy of inclusion in our waterfront park areas. First and foremost, we thought of the waterfront as a park. And the dynamic nature of the beach in the Port Elgin Main Beach area really did require our great attention to ensure that we did a nice balance between a public-private partnership and the public talent space. I've been struggling though with where we're at now because I think we've waited long enough. I can appreciate the comments about delays. And I do understand how some of what was described could have had an impact, and I appreciate the comments about the extra expense. However, from my perspective, the process has been streamlined tremendously, and municipal support has been given in a lot of different ways. And in many ways, even council has enabled and provided support because we've been waiting. And I'm grateful that we're finally at a point where we're talking about things publicly in an open forum. However, it's been 5 years, and I'm hearing that finance is in place. I'm not seeing documents though that very specifically show me that. So I have some concern that you know, we don't have the pieces all in place yet that give me confidence about this over a long-term period. I have a lot of other things to say here, but I guess I'll just cut it down to I'm not generally afraid of development, and our community benefits, I believe, from development, and it's important that we have development to be creating the community that's relevant to us all today and that works for future generations. The request tonight, though, before me, concern me because again, how long are we supposed to wait to have confidence in this partnership? And I don't have that confidence yet personally. For me, the time's up, and I'll be voting no to the extension request because I'm quite frankly frustrated that I don't have that confidence because I have been paying attention since I've returned to council. I have been asking questions despite criticism that members of council are not asking questions. We're all asking questions, and we have asked questions. We have received some answers. Some answers are yet to come, but we have been asking questions. I'm quite appreciative that we finally, as I said, got to this open discussion. And with what I've understood in the past and information in tonight's agenda, I feel confident in my view that this project is not the legacy installation that I had hoped for, and what I feel comfortable leaving as part of the legacy of my time back on council. So for me, the time's up. So that's just my opinion. That's my comment about the decision that's going to be before us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from members? Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I'm gonna have a hard time supporting this without the financing secured. It's been 5 years since the inception. The risk to the community is something that we really have to consider. And if it's taken 5 years, why not take an extra 3 months or 4 months and have financing before we start a project of this scope? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stack.
Is there any maybe it's a question to Pierre. I'm really spitballing here, so it's probably a stupid idea. Is there any opportunity to have a representative from Libro come and provide a bit of sort of explanation from the letter? I don't know if perhaps that would help assuage some of the concerns of recognizing you're still in active negotiations, but even describing the intentions behind the letter of intent and sort of that memo that we received to perhaps provide a bit of additional comfort to council and to the public.
You comment on that, Mr. Denny?
I I wouldn't imagine what their answer would be. My guess is it would be no, simply because of the nature of it and being a commercial negotiation, it would be pretty tricky. I think the discussion paper they issued would be their answer to that question, so to speak.
Okay, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I haven't said a whole lot on this evening out in the open forum, but I was here when this was first brought, and there was a lot of excitement in the community. There was a lot of excitement, and I still feel that excitement today. Even just today, I was out and I ran into some people and they said, "Oh, we hear that's on the agenda for tonight, and we're really excited to see this go, and we're looking forward to having a place down by the water." So there has been delays. Have they been all out of the control? I'm not sure if I would characterize it that way, but there was a pandemic. There has been a number of other things that have transpired over the last 5 years that have led to this. We got into the ideas about the Saugeen Valley changing the plan and having to redesign. And I think a reasonable person would understand that those delays were not expected, but unfortunate. But here we are 5 years later, we're starting to see progress. I'm still very much looking forward to seeing this development on the beach. I'm not 100% familiar with commercial financing, but the way it's been explained to me tonight and previously is that this discussion paper is a very strong indication that financing will be coming forward. And it's customary that they want to see the proponents have skin in the game. And that's what we're seeing now is the work that's taking place down there is the skin in the game of the developers. So I'm going to support the recommendation to extend this site works and servicing agreement. And I'm looking very much forward to seeing a really good, exciting development on our waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vinsky.
Well, just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment since everyone else has. I've been in support of this project since I've been on council. I have learned about the project and both sides of the argument in my other life as a reporter prior to that. I always try to give it to Pierre when he's here. And I did that tonight, I think. And he handled it very well. I look forward to the development on the beach. And I think a lot of other people do as well. Will that mean there will be detractors? Of course there will. We have some here right now. I saw one that said, "Oh, we'll take away towel space." I have never seen anybody put out a towel in the parking lot to catch some rays. The beach is the beach. And that's on the other side of the boardwalk. This is something else. We don't have this. What do we have? We have a parking lot. That's it. Oh, sure, it might be convenient on extra busy days. But I think we need more than that on the beach to attract the young families. And I think they would look forward to that. For that reason, I will be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions or comments from members at this time? I just comment for myself, Pierre, appreciated your comments right off the top of your presentation, your apology to the community and to council. I think that, there's no question 5 years ago, we wanted, I am a supporter of this project. It's well known. I voted in favor of it and I support it. But it should have been done by now. And some of that time delay was out of your hands. There's a pandemic and the SPCA for sure, but other things you probably should have in reality been able to predict, right? And for whatever reason, we weren't able to do that. And that happens. Lord knows, I make my share of mistakes. So we've got to where we are today, and you've come before us today in public, and you've made some commitments about financing and about timelines, and you use the word commitment, and we're going to take you seriously on that, and the community will too, and the beach is precious to everybody in the community, that's for sure. And whether we agree with this project or not, we're on opposite sides of that question. One thing we all agree on is that it is our number one asset in the community, and we have different ideas for what we might want to do with that or what might be the best thing for it. But we certainly all agree on that, and when we're entrusting you with a piece of it. So you need to deliver this thing. You need to deliver it on the timelines you're bringing forward if this passes tonight. And you have to do it right, and you have to do it the way you promised to do it. So that's where we are now. I will support the extension. I think in the context of a 50-year deal, a 10-month extension is a very small extension, and in terms of what is reasonable, I think it's within reason, only because you've also defined it with a tight schedule, and because you've given us these assurances on financing, which we're taking seriously tonight. So anyway, you have that 10-month extension and get it done. And presuming if we approve it here this evening, obviously, but it will have my support. So with that, I will I apologize. Yeah, Councillor Stack.
There's maybe a procedural question, and I only raise this because of the concerns from the public about the lack of, I characterize this, their concern that they were not provided adequate opportunity to communicate their concerns. I just wanted to ask if there's any opportunity to provide an extended public forum or open forum next week to at least allow anyone else who wants to raise an issue to be discussed and then vote on the matter. And I've sort of been concerned, like I don't love the procedural bylaw approach we've taken to some of the communication. I think this is just my opinion. It's not the opinion of the town, but I am concerned that we sometimes offer the appearance of unduly restricting the opportunity to provide public commentary. And so given some of the strong feelings and feedback provided, I certainly want to at least put the position forward that I would like to defer it by 1 week to allow for an additional public comment period where the comments can be heard and council hears it and then makes, if the votes will be what they be, whether it's, to your point, Mayor, in the context of a 50-year lease, what's an extra week? So that's the comment I'm having, request I would make is that we defer 1 week and allow an extended open forum period for people to provide their public comments.
Thank you for that. So we will consider it as a motion to defer, but before I put that on the table, I'll just say from a procedural standpoint, in order to, certainly council can adjust the procedures in any way it sees fit. It's council's procedural bylaw. So if you were to do that, it would need a resolution at that meeting to extend, which you could do with a colleague. So I think unless the clerk, maybe I'm speaking entirely out of turn, I better let the clerk speak to the clerk.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. Typically, I would say you are correct. However, I think to ensure that staff has the capacity to receive registrations from members of the public who want to register for this potential extended open forum, I would actually recommend that council bring that forward today so that the public is aware, staff is aware, everyone's expectations are met. And if I may also, through you, Mayor Charbonneau, is advise the public that there is always a written opportunity to submit to council. If something is received by clerk@saugeenshores.ca and you advise that you would like this added to an agenda, it will get added as a communication to council. Thank you.
Okay, so that's clear enough. So we'll handle, there's a motion to defer, and then if that passes, then you can make a motion to do that. All right, so it's been moved. Yes, I will need a seconder. It's been moved by Councillor Stack. Is there a seconder for the motion to defer? The Vice Deputy Mayor, are you seconding it? Okay, seconded by the Vice Deputy Mayor. Are you making? Okay, I can't hear you, Mike, if you're speaking.
I'm
but
sorry
I
about
take
that.
it-
I did second it. I have a comment though. I just wanted to clarify through Councillor Stack's motion to defer, which I did second. The intent, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Stack is to provide the opportunity for members of the public to write more letters in, to make presentations to council in 2 weeks' time in open form and as delegations. Is that the intent of the deferral?
Yeah, 2 weeks. You're right about that. That's the intent stated by Councillor Stack would be to defer until our council's next regular meeting, right? March the 10th, to allow further input from the public.
Further input again. Okay.
Okay, so that's the deferral. It's been moved and seconded. It's on the floor. It is available to debate, but only on the question of the deferral. So if you have comments, the Deputy Mayor.
I won't be voting in favor of the deferral because we've already had our council discussion, and I feel it's voting for the deferral would de facto vote in favor of the amendment because it's just delaying the decision. And that information would have to be conveyed to the proponent. And, we've already had a rather large discussion here, so I won't be supporting the motion to defer.
Fair enough. Are there further questions or comments on the motion to defer? If not, all in favor? And opposed? That's defeated. Okay, so now back to the main question. It has been moved and seconded. So I'll ask all in favor? And opposed? That's carried. All right, so now we'll move on to the consent agenda. There are 7 items on the consent agenda. Does anybody wish to have any of those lifted from the consent agenda to speak about individually? You can make high-level comments on them without pulling them unless you want to have a detailed discussion on it or vote on it separately. The Deputy Mayor? Okay, you can do that. So I'll put the resolution for the consent agenda on the floor. And that is that items 10.1 through 10.7 be approved and received for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davinsky. So you had a comment, the Deputy Mayor?
I have 2. I know that there were a number of Marine Heritage Society members here at the beginning of our meeting who they chose to venture home to watch us on TV. So I hope that they're still watching. There was specific interest, of course, in the Chantry Island lease agreement renewal. And I just wanted to express that I'm quite excited to have a longer lease in place. And I know that the Marine Heritage Society is quite pleased that we've gotten this far. So they wanted to make sure that it was noted that they were here and they're excited. I did want to, though, speak to the fire report. I want to thank the chief for once again giving us some incredibly valuable information about what's going on with the fire service and with particular references made throughout his report to the volunteer firefighters and to also some of the other volunteers through the public ed department and also the new staff members and how they're coming up in terms of speed. I did want to ask 2 questions of the chief, though. In the suppression volunteers category, a number of hours is mentioned in terms of it just references fire participation. Does that include their training, or is training on top of the number that's in your report that's directly associated with the volunteer firefighters?
Through you, Mr. I can yell. Through you, no. Check, check, check. Thank you. It's always the bus driver, never the bus. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the deputy mayor. The hours for suppression did not include training. That was the number of hours that we, if you take the number of person hours times the calls that we went to, that's what it equaled.
So we could assume then if we quadrupled that number, that would reflect some training hours as well. I'm just getting at the level of commitment that volunteers make, firefighters make to their training and to the actual work that they do.
Absolutely, you're correct.
My other comments, I just want to note 14 water rescue responses last year. Also, medical attendance reflects a third of the calls that were made. I know that there's been some adjustment or improvement. I remember you telling us about different protocols in place. But that number, I think, is a bit surprising in terms of fire. People don't necessarily assume that they do a lot of that, but your report suggests a third of the calls that come into the fire department relate to medical situations. And there was also a reference to alarm activation, and the number seemed kind of high to me. Do we have in place a policy or some other mechanism that repeat offenders are kind of nudged to take care of it so that they're not so repeat in the future?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to talk a little bit about the medical calls. 2024 was the first time that we saw a response to calls that we deemed to matter. So ones that we could make an absolute difference at, those were vital signs absent, anaphylactic shock, choking, and overdose. Before that, we didn't go to calls that made a difference. We went basically to when an EMS asked us to go. And for those, they were mostly lift assists. So we've changed the type of call that we go to, and we have made a marked difference and had several saves in 2024 based on that. So yes, the call volume went up for medicals, but I think the type of calls we went to has made a big difference in the community. Your second question about alarm activations, we do have something in place. It's in the fees and charges bylaw that allows us for multiple offenders. We usually don't have multiple offenders. We usually sick either the fire prevention team or, if we're nice, the public edu team on them, and that usually straightens that out.
Thank you, Chief. Are there any other questions or high-level comments on any items on the consent agenda? Councilor Mayette.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, yeah, I really enjoyed the fire report as well. A lot of good information there, and kudos to those people, men and women that work in the fire department. I read the animal control update, and it's really quite unfortunate. I'm a dog and cat owner and a lover of animals, and that we don't have a pound in Saugeen Shores anymore, and that the only place they can go is over to Grey County, Owen Sound and beyond. And I wonder if it's because the most recent update from Bruce County of the official plan, in the agricultural zone, one of the excluded purposes is a dog kennel. So if I wanted to open a dog kennel, dog pound on my property right now, I wouldn't be able to do that. It's not allowed in the zoning. So that may be one of the reasons why we don't have a dog pound or a dog kennel in Saugeen Shores. They're over by Terra and they're over by Owen Sound, but not here. So just thought I'd comment on that. Thanks.
If that's truly is a Bruce County matter and the OP write me about it, it's not something I've picked up, but it's something we can explore. If that's new information to me, so we can talk about it. Further questions on items in the consent agenda? Councilor Davinsky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and very quickly through you, the town of Hanover has put through the United States imposition of tariffs on Canada resolution, which I think we could support and send to the people that they have suggested, but I would include the President of the United States. It probably won't mean a heck of a lot, but let's do it anyway. At least that's my thinking. And also the proclamation on World Autism Day for 2025, I think should be part of our mandate as well. So items 3 and items 4.
So
Thank
two
you.
steps. First step was we will lift 10.7 out of the consent agenda.
Okay,
Which is fine. And then the second step then is, it's been moved by Councillor Davinsky that council support the correspondence from the town of Hanover with regard to the United States imposition of tariffs on Canada. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Halpin, any discussion on the item? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. And the second one moved by Councillor Davinsky that council support the correspondence from Autism Ontario with regard to a proclamation on World Autism Day 2025. That is a resolution. If you open it, so what we'll be doing here now is passing that resolution, I should think, with the addition of now therefore, under the now therefore, it would be it resolved. It's I, the mayor, but what we'll say is be it resolved that the council of the town of Saugeen Shores does hereby recognize April 2nd is World Autism Day, et cetera, et cetera. So is that clear enough to everybody? That's moved by the Councillor Davinsky. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Councillor Halpin, any discussion on the matter? Seeing none, then all in favor? That too is carried. Thank you. Anything further on the correspondence?
thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, the councillor, pardon me, the deputy mayor.
This is about the Bruce County request concerning the International Plowing Match cash calendar. They're looking for $750. It seems like a very worthwhile exercise. I don't know if it's something that can be accommodated in our donation category, but I wanted to have us consider this, but I wanted to also give you this, Luke, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if you'll be warden next year still, but I happen to have a 1976 Bruce County tartan thing that was from the plowing match then. So I want you to plan to wear that next year. But I would, you don't have to wear it right now, but I would like us to. I would like us to participate in this cash calendar. I don't know if we need to do anything, but I suspect we can find that $750 in that donations
I
category.
believe we can. The CAO says with direction from council, it can be done. So the deputy mayor moves that council support the request from the Bruce County International Plowing Match and Regional Expo 2026 for $750 towards their cash calendar. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Councillor Davinsky, any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And now that's done, I will take the hat off. Okay, it's mine. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very nice. Thank you. Anything else on the correspondence? Anything else on, so here's what I will do. Let's go back. I have a motion on the floor with regard to the consent agenda. It has been moved and seconded, but communications has been lifted. So we'll take a second resolution on that. So the first resolution on the consent agenda, all in favor of that? That is carried. Second resolution, that the correspondence be received for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Stack, Councillor Mayette, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, so we're all the way down then to bylaws. And let me just get to that page. Okay, so there's a resolution here, 3 bylaws. Four bylaws. Anybody wish to have any of those bylaws considered individually? Councillor, pardon me, geez, the deputy mayor.
I'd like 14.3 to be separate.
Thank you. 14.3. So that's bylaw 22, 2025. So I will pull that one out. Any of the others? So I will take first mover and seconder that bylaws 19, 2025, 20, 2025, and 23, 2025 are hereby read, passed, and sealed this 24th day of February, 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Stack. Questions or comments to those 3 bylaws? If not, all in favor? That's carried. And then we're going to double back then to a resolution that bylaw 22, 2025 is hereby read, passed and sealed this 24th day of February 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Mayette, second by Councillor Stack. Questions or comments? Seeing none then, all in favor? And opposed? That carries. Okay, so now we're on to the confirmatory bylaw. And it's resolved that bylaw 21-2025, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores, hereby read, passed, and sealed this 24th day of February 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Dehame and Councillor Davinsky. All in favor? That's carried. And finally, a resolution of this regular council meeting of February 24, 2025 hereby adjourns at 10:51 p.m. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Halpin, seconded by the Vice Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.